come forward. Like here. He's there. Morning, morning.
You guys ready?
This is what I'm saying.
He's waiting for.
Hey, how are you doing?
Yeah, God, you also reached out to him as well. So
They're gonna have to share.
he's also holding us back.
Debbie, this is so old now. Yeah.
Yeah,
You've had this for
it's very
years.
nice. It's very nice. Yeah.
Debbie normally use us as guinea pigs.
When you all get these goodies, remember.
All right then.
If you can just tell him again, Lena, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe put that in your bag for me, please.
I hope it's on that.
Yes.
I don't know if it's
I will put it down.
It's a writing plan.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sir, I'm good, I'm good.
I took too long to talk. 80 years there, but it's take long to talk. Double bon.
How is everything better? All in? Ready? Ready?
I was telling him that you made sure that it was region-wide.
That right now. I'm reminded of thousands of people praising God right now.
Yeah, the camera.
Okay.
Just in the name of God.
Yeah.
Hello, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us right here on ABS Television, ABS Radio, and our online platforms. And we welcome our audiences right across the CARICOM region. We're welcoming you here to the Prime Minister's office here and in St. John's. This is, of course, a major presentation being made by Prime Minister Honorable Gaston Brown on advancing the services agenda within CARICOM. Prime Minister Brown is in charge of the services portfolio within the quasi-cabinet of CARICOM heads of government. Of course, this is one of the events leading up to the massive Golden Jubilee of CARICOM. Of course, it started in 1973, July 4, 1973. But of course, the Treaty of Chaguaramas was signed. So 50 years on the 4th of July this year will be when, of course, regional leaders are gathering for their major conference, heads of government meeting from the 3rd to the 5th in Port of Spain. So pretty much going back to where it all began in Trinidad and Tobago 50 years ago. All right, even before CARICOM started, however, Antigua and Barbuda had played a major role in regional integration through CARIFTA. And in fact, father of the nation, the late Sir Vere Cornwall Bird Sr. was crucial to that. He was an architect of CARIFTA, which was of course a forerunner to CARICOM. And we can talk a little bit more about Sir Vere Cornwall Bird Sr.'s role and contribution to regional integration with Ambassador Lionel Max Hurst, who is Chief of Staff in the Prime Minister's office here in St. John's, Antigua, and a historian, a diplomat, and much more than that as well. Very good morning to you, Ambassador. If you could join us quickly to talk about that. So Sir Vere Cornwall Bird Sr., his contribution to regional integration, heralded, and possibly the Prime Minister will be speaking about that this morning as well. Let's talk with us about what was his vision in terms of getting the region together.
Well, Vere Bird recognized very early that Antigua and Barbuda could not play as significant a role as several of the other countries. Part of the reason, for example, was that there weren't even as many as 50 hotel rooms in Antigua in 1947. When the conference in Jamaica was first held, the Closer Association Conference as it was called, Jamaica at Montego Bay could host the conference because they had more than 250 hotel rooms at the time. Antigua and Barbuda was less than 100. And as a consequence, Vere Bird set out to do two things. First, to make Antigua and Barbuda a place that could accommodate lots of people at the same time. And second, to ensure that we played a leadership role in the Closer Association movement that was taking place then. It was called Closer Association. It became the Federation in 1958, and the building of the West Indies Oil Company oil refinery here in Antigua meant that a market larger than Antigua had to be found. Yeah, bear in mind that there were very, very few automobiles in Antigua, so there wasn't a market, a great demand for gasoline. The population was in the 60-odd thousand numbers, and as a consequence, you didn't have as many kitchens using cooking gas, for example. And because of the small population, even our products were produced in very small numbers. In 1950, by 1958, we had a sweet oil factory, an arrowroot factory. We made cigarettes and we made wine, in addition to rum, of course, which was made by every Caribbean country for hundreds of years. So the object was to increase our output, but also to look for other means of increasing wealth in Antigua and Barbuda. V.C. Bird found the formula. The 1952 Hotels Aid Ordinance allowed him to expand the number of hotels in Antigua and Barbuda by ensuring that all goods entering into Antigua and Barbuda for the building and the outfitting of hotels could enter without duty and other taxes, other tariffs being imposed. And this was a magnificent approach to furthering the development of the tourism sector, as well as, of course, the hotel sector that was the core of this. Now, he built roads, lots of roads, because many of the hotels were being built on the coastline near the beaches. He had succeeded in 1967 to purchase the assets of the Antigua Syndicates Estates and the Antigua Sugar Factory, more than 33,000 acres of land. And he knew that the land that was deemed to be the least valuable for sugarcane production was the land closest to the beach. as most of those lands were wetlands that contained lots of water and lots of mosquitoes, and farmers didn't even like them very much for that reason. And the sugarcane grown there, remember sugarcane is a grass, and sugarcane grown there tended to be thin and not filled with juices. But nevertheless, he managed to succeed in getting 33,000 acres of land, which included virtually all of the beach land around Antigua and Barbuda, and and he was able, as a result of that, to build hotels throughout Antigua and Barbuda between, say, 1952, when the Hotels Aid Ordinance Act was passed, and 1971, when he was voted out of office. So it has been a tremendous journey in establishing an economy based not only on sugar, but also upon tourism and upon light manufacturing, the arrowroot, the sweet oil, the cigarettes, the wine, the rum, and so on. They were all part of a larger vision to produce other goods for sale other than sugar, and he succeeded.
And of course, he was one of the architects of CARICOM, which was a forerunner of CARICOM.
Yes, indeed. Again, he wanted to be able to sell the products from the West Indies Oil Company in a larger market than Antigua, because we just didn't have the bodies, the cars, and so on. And so what he did was to get Guyana and Barbados, Burnham and Barrow, to join with him, Bird, the three Bs as they call them, to set out to make CARIFTA a reality. And they sold more and more of West Indies Oil Company's products than would have been possible if the market was confined only to Antigua and Barbuda.
How do you feel 50 years on from what eventually morphed from CARIFTA, which was CARICOM, 50 years on? How do you feel about it?
It has been a wonderful experience. I know that there are some Calypsonians who have said that something was wrong with Jamaica because it caused the Federation to fail. My view is that Jamaica did the right thing. And by the way, that was V.C. Bird's view as well. If you read his statements, V.C. Bird was very much opposed to the idea of keeping the, he wanted to ensure that each country could decide on its own where it wanted to go, and sovereignty was the way to go.
Master, we'll pick back up as soon as we've actually ended the proceedings here, but we're about to start. Thank you so much, Ambassador Lionel Hurst. Ambassador Hurst is Chief of Staff in the Prime Minister's office. We're pretty much about to start here as the Prime Minister has entered the room. So it's over to Ambassador Dr. Clarence Henry, who is this country's ambassador to CARICOM, to lead off the proceedings. Ambassador Henry, over to you.
Thank you, Garfield. A pleasant good morning to Antigua and Barbuda and everyone across this one Caribbean sea. Thank you for joining us this morning. I am Dr. Clarence Henry, Antigua and Barbuda's ambassador to CARICOM. Welcome to this morning's presentation on advancing the services agenda within CARICOM. May I acknowledge the Honorable Gaston Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, and lead spokesman on services in the CARICOM quasi-cabinet, Prime Minister. And Mr. Joseph Cox, the Assistant Secretary General, Directorate for Economic Integration, Innovation and Development at the CARICOM Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of Antigua and Barbuda's commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, the local planning committee, in considering activities to observe this milestone, felt it was necessary to update the community on the ongoing work in services. Accordingly, the Prime Minister has consented to deliver such a presentation, being carried live on the Antigua and Barbuda Broadcasting Service as well as online, and by the CARICOM Secretariat. What will be presented by Prime Minister Brown regarding his portfolio responsibility among his colleague heads of government represents many months and perhaps years of discussions and negotiations. as you should know, Caribbean economies are a mix of states, large and small. The MDCs and LDCs, some endowed and, I would say, with mineral wealth, while others are blessed with sun, sea, and sand, along with, of course, the resilience of our populations. Some countries are natural manufacturing centers, and others have turned to services to create employment for their people. Antigua and Barbuda is one such LDC member state. So without further ado, may I invite Mr. Cox to provide a brief introduction and then to receive the actual presentation by Prime Minister Brown. Mr. Cox, but even before that, may I take this opportunity to recognize two other officials at the CARICOM Secretariat in the Directorate for Economic Integration, Innovation and Development. I speak of Ambassador David Pendergrass, Director, Sectoral Programs, and Mr. Timothy Odell, Deputy Program Manager, Services Sector Development. Mr. Cox, the floor is yours. Well, as we await the presentation of Mr. Cox, I wish to indicate that we have had, as mentioned, many months and years of discussions in various subcommittees where we had a lot of the member states joining, participating, bringing their country's views to the table. And we are grateful for the participation of these member states. They are the ones who worked hard in the vineyards to produce what we have and what the Prime Minister ultimately will be presenting today, this morning. We again acknowledge their hard work, and what I would wish to say, there is need to have acknowledgements of these regional civil servants. They are the ones who have been delivering from time to time to energize the work of the different community organs of CARICOM, and there are many. And so, as we gather today to receive this presentation, I'd wish to put on the table that there ought to be some recognition, some presentation, perhaps, if not annually, every 3 years, to acknowledge the hard work of the staff at the CARICOM Secretariat in Guyana, and even at the Single Market and Economy Unit in Barbados. They have toiled long and toiled hard under difficult and trying circumstances, but they remain silent. We are grateful and gratified for their long and very difficult arrangements. We are still...
What I would recommend to Mr. Barford, in the meantime, maybe you can do the interview that you had planned post the presentation until they sort out the technical difficulties.
No, we're getting him in about a minute.
You are?
We're actually getting him in less.
Okay, all right, fine. Okay, very well. Back to you, Excellency. Thank you.
Yes, so we are just about to again be rejoined by Mr. Cox. Mr. Cox leads that department at the Secretariat, and certainly we have interacted at many meetings of including the Council for Trade and Economic Development principally, and he and his other colleagues well respected for their contribution so far. Mr. Joseph Cox, are you hearing? And if so, let me invite you now to provide your presentation as a lead up to the Prime Minister's presentation on services. I gather that there's still a challenge in hearing. Okay, excellent. Are you now hearing? All right, we are getting that sorted. We're getting that sorted. Just bear with us. Bear with us. You know, these technologies at times, they decide to work on their own. But I gather now you're hearing us. Thank you ever so much. And we're most grateful that you were able to join us again, Mr. Cox. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Prime Minister, other distinguished guests, good morning to you. You know, this is always a funny thing when you're doing these things. All sorts of challenges suddenly occur. But anyway, that being said, it was with immense gratitude tempered by a profound sense of humility that I embraced the opportunity afforded me this morning in sharing a few introductory remarks about the services agenda within CARICOM. Indeed, in contemplating the current dynamic within the region services sector, we must take cognizance of the fact that the sector is yet again at another inflection point. However, we must be equally cognizant that cookie-cutter approaches are antithetical to the kind of nuanced re-engineering required at the national level throughout the region for there to be an optimization of output for the services sector. However, this process requires transformational leadership and thought translated into deliberate action to effect the requisite adjustments to occasion meaningful change. It is therefore within this vein that we salute the contributions of Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, the Honorable Gaston Brown, as a lead head on services in the Caribbean Community's quasi-cabinet. The regime for services is anchored in the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, which is our collective reference point across the community. Industries such as tourism, the hospitality sector, health, construction, technology, transport, etc., are at the backbone of our services in this region. We must also take account of the range of digital services that are now the staple of our everyday lives. Indeed, the business architecture has already been sufficiently transformed, where ICT is no longer deemed a mere support service, but a principal driver in the post-COVID operating environment. This really points to the need for increased emphasis to be placed on the operating ethos that currently obtains in the regional space, and where necessary, the need for legislative and regulatory guidelines to be reviewed and strengthened to assure the modernization of the economies. This is particularly poignant when it is recognized that globally, the manufacturing development model is fast losing its power with the advent of the fourth industrial revolution. Therefore, as we reflect on the accomplishments of the services sector over the past 50 years, we need to take stock of the operating environment and, frankly, the varying exogenous shocks that has hindered its development. These shocks range varying from global economic downturns, national disasters, supply chain disruptions, issues with correspondent banking, a global pandemic, geopolitical challenges, and effective access to finance, just to name a few. This was further compounded by a reduced fiscal space in the face of worsening debt dynamics. In fact, in reviewing the fortunes of the regional services sector over the last 50 years, I keep reflecting on a perfectly paradoxical passage from the book A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. The quote, "It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light, it was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair." This therefore dictates that the requisite transformational pivot within the regional services sector can no longer be aspirational, as the strategic adjustments now become an imperative. Indeed, one of the guiding points going forward is the change in demographics and demand for instant communications, with 60% of the region's population being under the age of 40. Nonetheless, the sector has demonstrated resilience over the past 50 years, and its contribution to regional growth and development cannot be overstated. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, I read somewhere that the services sector is the largest in the regional economy, accounting for about 70% of the total output. I read somewhere that tourism in the region accounts for 7 to 90% of GDP and 32% as a simple average. I read somewhere that beginning from a base of about 4 million tourists in 1970, the region now receives more than 30 million tourists per year. This has accounted for the fact that tourism directly accounts for 12% of total employment and indirectly another 20%. And that's just one part of the regional services sector. I read somewhere that some 77% of the region's workforce is involved in the services sector. And I read somewhere that MSMEs represent between 70 to 85% of Caribbean businesses and contribute between 60 to 70% of gross domestic product in the region. While I'm happy to leave the heavy lifting and the substantive treatment of this topic this morning to the Honorable Prime Minister as the lead head for services in the CARICOM quasi-cabinet, as we embark on the next 50 years, it certainly can't be business as usual. This, as the only constant in life, is a process of change. The services sector is very dynamic, and the community's program continues and will continue to foster the development of the sector, even as the regional regime is being defined, re-engineered, or implemented. CARICOM's approach remains focused on harmonization of policies, strategies, legislation, and practices. We are confronted with the fierce urgency of now, and therefore have no time for procrastination or complacency. It is time for action grounded in strategic nimbleness, guided by pragmatism, as optimized growth and development of the services sector is paramount. So with these few words, I will now yield to Prime Minister Gaston Brown to deliver his presentation on the regional services sector, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary General, other distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. As indicated by the Assistant Secretary General, the services sector in the Caribbean, or CARICOM to be specific, is now facing yet another inflection point. But there's no doubt that as we transitioned from an agrarian society, manufacturing society, that the services sector has grown exponentially and would have shown a significant amount of resilience within the CARICOM community, to the extent that the services sector now dominates economic activities within CARICOM and is the largest contributor to GDP growth and development. So this sector is extremely important, and whereas we accept that there are some unexploited and unexploited opportunities, we must use the second 50 year to expand the services sector, to exploit the opportunities that would have gone unexploited in the past, and of course to use the services sector to further diversify our respective economies. I know, for example, the area of digitalization is one such area in which we should seek to diversify our economies and to ensure that we exploit the opportunities that come with digitalization. There are other areas of services to include stem cells, even technology to include blockchain technologies. And I believe too that the cannabis sector as well is one such sector that we should continue to expand. And I'm referring to cannabis therapies as we seek to further diversify our respective economies. Now, this morning I will take the opportunity to update you in my capacity as the Prime Minister responsible for advancing services, and to report on the progress which the community has made since the regional integration movement commenced 5 decades ago in 1973. And as I said before, we have seen significant growth, sustainable growth in the services sector. And notwithstanding the challenges, I'm sure that we'll continue to see growth here. The most recent challenges would have been COVID, certainly the issue of debt as well as climate. But notwithstanding those challenges, we continue to see growth and development within the services sector. In fact, what we've seen to post-COVID is that in many instances, we're literally bouncing forward, not even just bouncing back, but bouncing forward. And again, it speaks to the resilience of the services sector. Now, this is a moment to celebrate our progress, to take stock of various initiatives on the way, and consider future plans and prospects for the advancement of the community, including the area of services. I would say especially the area of services. I begin my remarks by paying tribute to and reflecting on the legacy of one of our community luminaries, a visionary and committed integrationist, a distinguished Antigua and Barbuda national hero, the Right Honorable Sir Cornwall Byrd Sr., Antigua and Barbuda's first Prime Minister. Prime Minister Vere Byrd will be remembered in the annals of our history as one of the 3 original signatories to the 1965 Caribbean Free Trade Area Agreement, CARIFTA, which was a precursor to the 1973 Treaty of Chaguaramas. So Vere was one of those visionaries who recognized the importance of integration and the fact that we either swim together or sink alone. And he was one of 3 signatories. So Antigua and Barbuda has been at the forefront of the integration process. And you know, recently as we contemplated whether or not we should make July 4th of this year a holiday, whereas we're concerned about the impact on productivity, we had to consider the role Antigua and Barbuda played in the integration movement, and at the same time, you know, to show our continued commitment to the integration process by ensuring that we celebrate this 50th anniversary with a holiday. You know, so for those who may have felt that we should not because of the impact on productivity, they have to understand the importance of the integration movement as well as the leadership that Antigua and Barbuda has provided during the last 5 decades. Now, Vere's action propelled the participating members into the regional integration movement that has evolved 50 years later today. The original 1973 Treaty of Chaguaramas, which established a Caribbean community, laid the broad framework for the development of the services sector. Under Chapter 5 of the original treaty, that is Establishment, Services, and Movement of Capital, Article 36 addressed the right to provide services, along with other provisions, including the movement of people. And I believe, too, that when it comes to the movement of people, Antigua and Barbuda, more so than any other Caribbean countries, would have allowed for the movement of Caribbean people, to the extent that today there's no other country in CARICOM that is more representative of CARICOM than Antigua and Barbuda. Antigua and Barbuda, in essence, is now a melting pot of all the Caribbean countries. And it is something for which we are justifiably proud. And I have no doubt that as a consequence of let's say, that policy of free movement, that Antigua and Barbuda has been the beneficiary of that policy. Now, at most, it was a best endeavor undertaking, you know, when we started. Member states were either emerging as newly independent countries or were on the cusp of independence. At the time, the tools for the development of the services sector, especially human and technological tools, were either limited or unavailable. By the time our country signed the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas in 2001, we were further along on the continuum of development. The revised Treaty of 2001 recognized that 2.5 decades later, the Caribbean countries had developed a cadre of highly skilled community nationals with greater access to cutting-edge technologies that enable us to provide all the services required within the community for our human, cultural, social, economic, governance, and security needs. We all acknowledge that there is still some way to go, but there is the acceptance that the framework is in place. At the regional level, one of the early examinations of the regional services sector was undertaken in 1994 by Ms. Sylvia Charles, a citizen of Antigua and Barbuda. Her work covered the period 1977 to 1991 and highlighted that during those years, the majority of the CARICOM member states had moved to services-led economies. The share of services to GDP ratios exceeded 70%. The analyses also noted that with respect to trade, that while member states, and I quote, exhibited negative current balances during most of the 1990s, they tended to record positive balances on their international services transactions, end of quote. So here would have seen a situation in which services would have helped to close that significant trade gap that existed within our respective countries during the past several decades. Services represent the non-physical intangible parts of our economy, which we cannot touch or handle. They comprise the value added created by workers and involve a wide range of economic activities. The services sector is the largest and fastest growing within CARICOM, accounting for more than 75% of GDP in the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union and more than 55% in the developed member states. A quick illustration of the contribution of services to our economies since CARICOM was established demonstrates the fundamental importance to our economies. What we know is that, 1, between 1974 and 1979, services GDP grew by at least 96%, rising from $2.5 billion to $4.6 billion respectively in current prices. The leading subsectors were the aggregate wholesale, retail trade, hotels, restaurants, and government services. Between 1980 and 1995, services GDP grew by at least 73%, rising from $6.2 billion to $10.7 billion respectively in current prices. The leading subsectors were the aggregate, wholesale and retail trade, hotels and restaurants, and transport and communications. 3, between 1996 and 1999, services GDP grew by at least 40%, rising from US $11.1 billion to $15.5 billion respectively in current prices. The 3 leading subsectors were the aggregate wholesale and retail trade, hotels and restaurants, and transport and communications. 4, between 2006 and 2021, services GDP grew by 13% in real terms, rising from $54 billion United States dollars to $61.2 billion respectively using constant 2012 prices. In 2019 alone, the most recent normal year, the services sector contributed US $65.2 billion or 74.4% of total output GDP within the community. It also generated a surplus of $4.3 billion on the services account of the balance of payments, which to some measure helped to offset a deficit in trade in goods for the same period. Labor force data up to 2015 indicated that the services sector accounted for 75% of total employment. I want to emphasize that the services sector provides up to 75% of total employment. This is how significant the services sector is. Further, according to the Caribbean Development Bank, MSEs represent between 70 to 85% of Caribbean businesses and contribute between 60 to 70% of gross domestic product. Critically, they account for an estimated 50% of total employment, again also emphasizing the role of small and medium-sized businesses. Now, the 7 key services subsectors in 2019 are as follows. 1, distribution services, especially wholesale and retail sales. All CARICOM member states have a well-developed, highly internationally connected distributive sector. This was the largest subsector in all economies, accounting for $16.3 billion, and that's United States dollars, or 25% of total services output. It is estimated that employment in this subsector was also approximately 25% of total employment. The subsector contracted by approximately 9% in 2020, but rebounded marginally in 2021 on account of COVID. And based on the stats that we've seen here in Antigua and Barbuda for 2022 and 23, we're pretty confident that we have restored the previous levels of contribution to GDP. 2, real estate, renting, and business services, including professional services such as legal, accounting, consulting, and engineering services, was the second largest subsector, accounting for $9.3 billion or 14.3% of total output. And again, the currency here is in United States dollars. These services reflect the existence of a wide network of business-to-business and business-to-customer linkages, both nationally, regionally, and internationally. The third sector is the transport, storage, and communication sector, or subsector, accounting for $6.9 billion US dollars, or 10.5% of total GDP, and was the third largest services subsector within the community. All member states have heavily invested in road infrastructure and telecommunications to improve internal mobility, as well as providing communication services which are comparable to those existing in major trading partners. The fourth is financial intermediation. This subsector contributed US $6.3 billion, or approximately 10% of total GDP. Apart from being the oil that lubricates the domestic economies, these services also play a critical role in economic diversification, enabling competitive foreign investment, repatriation of funds, and other payments, fostering high-end employment for the community nationals, and the payment of direct and indirect taxes. It is also instructive to note that regionally, only 18% of loan applications are successful. Whereas this is probably a situation that points to capacity constraints with respect to our entrepreneurial class, it also underscores the problem of access to finance, which continues to constrain the region's ability to grow. And I'll add here that, unfortunately, financial institutions have become ultra-conservative and are now literally shrinking themselves into greatness. And we all know that they can't shrink themselves into greatness. So this is an issue that has to be given some priority within our discussions at CARICOM at the level of heads, to encourage bankers to become less risk averse and to understand that their role is to manage risk, not to continue to suppress credit lending and to undermine growth and development within our respective countries. And we understand too that they may have become conservative as a result of the consequences of the global crisis. But at the same time, they have to understand that our countries within CARICOM are very small and vulnerable countries. And if during the stable period they are unable to generate good profits, that they are instead shrinking their credit portfolio, then evidently they will not build up the type of capital surpluses in order to sustain the shocks that will follow in the future. And those shocks will surely come. So they have to understand too that there is an opportunity cost by not lending and by carrying all of this liquidity in which they have to pay interest on the deposit. So as we speak to the issue of services, we also want to point out one of the fundamental weaknesses within the system, because credit is important in order to fuel growth within our respective economies. And that sector is certainly underperforming at this point, primarily because of the attitude of those who operate these institutions, who have taken a risk-averse position. So certainly, as the Prime Minister responsible for the services sector, I'm calling upon all of those Caribbean institutions to step up. You have a fundamental role to play in the development of your respective countries, and you cannot take this ultra-conservative position that is literally undermining growth and development in your respective countries. That is not what you are employed to do. Even the whole notion of maximizing shareholder benefit or shareholder wealth, not even that they're concerned about. And I think that this is an issue that should be given some regional priority as we seek to encourage our bankers, those who operate our financial institutions, to step up to the plate and to make sure that they make a more significant contribution towards the socioeconomic advancement of the region. Now, firms' report of collateral requirements represent up to 180% of loan value. This alone tells you what is happening within the region. So almost invariably, these bankers are assuming that the credit that they give, that they will end up in default, and therefore they have to have a coverage, a security coverage of at least 200% or almost 200%. That is just ultra conservative. If anything, they should be able to assess the risk to determine that at a worst case scenario, maybe they may lose probably, let's say, 50%. And I can understand if you say maybe, okay, in that case, we will want to have a coverage of maybe 120, 150%. But this idea that you have to find nearly 2 times the security cover, that in itself is also an impediment. And it is also indicative of the type of risk-averse culture that exists currently within the community. I'm told, for example, that collateral levels in Belize, Barbados, and Jamaica are reported at 185, 182, and 175% respectively. And that within the OACS, it is about 140%. And even at 140%, that is still excessive because, again, it is showing that you're likely to lose all of the money, plus you want a coverage of another 40%. It is absolutely ridiculous. And I'm calling on our bankers to step up and to learn to assess risk and to underwrite risk. And instead of taking this risk avoidance position, you should be managing risk. Now, Guyana is, I'm told, is the only country where the firms report a collateral requirement of about 100%. So, though high, it is significantly lower than the rest of the region. CARICOM, through its secretariat, is far advanced in the development of a regional credit reporting intervention framework, as well as a regional deposit insurance legislation. And even within the OACS sub-region as well, I believe that within the matter of the next 12 to 18 months, we should have both a credit reporting facility or business operating within the sub-region, as well as deposit insurance protection. Now, these hopefully, particularly credit reporting, will treat with some of the transactions costs and the challenges that may be hindering lending. So we're hoping that as we strengthen the institutional arrangements, that our bankers will feel even more comfortable to make more credit and to maximize the profits of these financial institutions and to ensure that there is consistent credit growth in order to fund or to support future growth and development within our respective countries. The fifth sector, or subsector, is the hotels and restaurants subsector. And this is the core of the tourism and hospitality subsector with CARICOM member states, or within CARICOM member states, making our states among the most tourism-dependent countries globally. And they attract, obviously, millions of visitors each year. This subsector is a significant contributor to GDP of member states. It is also a major source of employment within the community. During the peak period of the COVID-19 pandemic, output in the subsector contracted by around 54%. It is now bouncing forward, as I said before, not bouncing back, but bouncing forward. The sixth sector that I'd like to address is the area of education and healthcare services. Member states have invested billions of US dollars in both the human resource and infrastructure development within these two subsectors, and the committee has developed a reputation for high quality education and medical tourism services where visitors seek specialized treatment. These services jointly accounted for $4.9 billion US dollars, or 8% of total output. This is an area, I believe, too, in which there is significant capacity to grow in terms of attracting more medical schools and to provide more services to include stem cells therapies and even cannabis therapies. The seventh area is the area of creative industries. These services are captured under other services, accounting for $2.5 billion US dollars, or 4% of total output. The committee is known for its rich cultural heritage, and the cultural and entertainment subsector is a key medium for preserving and promoting the region's arts, music, literature, film, and other cultural expressions. This subsector also contributes to job creation within the informal sector, export earnings, and the overall cultural and creative identity of our community. I will say here, however, this is an area in which I believe that we need to expand our focus and to have, let's say, creative productions that can be sold or monetized and sold outside of the region and to become a more significant foreign exchange earner. I believe, for example, our music, is one of the areas in which we can, create music that is internationally competitive. Jamaica has done it with its reggae, but I believe the rest of the Caribbean region, I don't know that we have done well enough in terms of, expanding and developing our cultural services to the extent that we could monetize them and even ensuring that they are globally competitive which obviously will make it easier to monetize them. So this is an area, the orange economy, in which we would like to see greater development and even programs established by our respective countries to support our artists. I mean, here in Antigua and Barbuda, you know, I've said to artists that they need to broaden their ambition. I mean, many of them, they are producing music, for example, just for domestic purposes. And these domestic markets are so small that they can't sustain themselves. So they have to understand that in a globalized world, that their outlook and their ambition should be global. I mean, Rihanna is a typical example out of Barbados, in which she had the talent and she certainly had the global ambition to become a global artist, and is now one of the wealthiest persons in the world. So it's evident that we have the talent, but in many instances we don't have the type of vision, we don't have the type of ambition in order to create music and even other cultural productions that are internationally competitive. So as we go into our second 50, we obviously have to look at the creative arts to provide more opportunities for people and to be a more significant source of export earnings. Given the data, it is my settled view that the services sector has been and remains the largest sector in the regional economy during the first 50 years of regional integration, and I have no doubt that it will continue way into the future. The sector has also been a critical earner of foreign exchange, contributing a persistent surplus on the services account, which has partially offset an equally persistent deficit in trade in goods. The sector, therefore, should continue to leverage opportunities for achieving the community's objectives of full employment of labor and other factors of production, and enjoying future sustainable economic growth and development by boosting the international competitiveness of both its goods and services production and trade. And I'll add here, and also to become a more significant foreign exchange earner, even in the area of ICTs, for example. I mean, I have no doubt that we have individuals who are trained and who have the type of creativity that they can utilize ICTs or digitalization, for that matter, to provide services that are exportable. Notwithstanding what I've reported, our community is still to harness the full potential of the regional service sector as we enter the next 50 years. Our task is to set that ambition for the next generation of leaders. We continue to face major structural constraints in the community, which slow the pace of implementation and ultimately the achievement of the intended benefits of regional integration. Notably, CARICOM member states are a group of small countries scattered over 250,000 square miles of ocean, from the Commonwealth of the Bahamas in the north to Belize in the extreme east, Barbados to Belize in the west, Barbados in the extreme east, and Guyana and Suriname in the south. This geographical fact alone suggests that commuting and communicating pose a natural challenge, and we all know the issues that we have in terms of producing reliable transportation. And this is an area in which the countries of the region should continue to collaborate and to support each other to ensure that we have reliable transportation. I mean, moving within CARICOM is still a fundamental problem. And I believe that the demise of LEAT 1974 Limited would have created that problem or exacerbated it. And I'm of the view that in order to have sustained regional transportation services, that the governments must take some responsibility to develop a sustained regional or even sub-regional carrier to supplement CAL. This idea that we must depend exclusively on the private entities within the Caribbean, that is not a sustainable model. And I want to make the point here too, and this is not to create any division, but you know, Antigua and Barbuda has been providing aviation services or transportational services to the Caribbean region. And I find it untenable that despite the fact that the treaty calls for, let's say, equitable benefits, that you have some countries within the region trying to not only compete, but to displace Antigua and Barbuda as a provider of transportation services. So instead of cooperating with Antigua and Barbuda to restore LEAT, or for that matter, to start a completely new entity, you have countries going outside of the region to facilitate and to establish other private entities in order to literally destroy LEAT. And I want to say to those leaders that that is not in keeping with the spirit of integration. You can't have it all. You can be, for example, the provider of goods to Antigua and Barbuda, in which we probably spend at least $120 million a year buying goods from Caribbean countries. But on the other hand, you want to also decimate our small transportation sector. That is not in keeping with the spirit of the Treaty of Chaguaramas. And I want to call upon my colleagues to kind of, manage the ambition to have everything. You can't have everything. There's a provision for disadvantaged regions and sectors. And if anything, these developed countries should be providing technical support to the smaller countries within CARICOM to help them to build capacity, not to come and poach their business, to destroy their businesses, or to try and get existing businesses that are contributing to our growth and development toward them to come to their destination. Again, I want to repeat, that is not in keeping with the spirit of the integration movement. And I'm not trying to be divisive here. I'm just trying to say here that these are some of the issues that undermines integration. And notwithstanding that, Antigua and Barbuda remains absolutely committed, because we understand that, ultimately it is this integration movement that will help to improve the lot of our people. We recognize too that generally speaking that we have benefited from functional cooperation. So we're not hitting CARICOM. All I'm saying here, the insularity that I'm seeing developing at this time, I want to say to those individuals who are guilty of undermining the integration process to stand down and allow the integration process to work. I continue to remind us too about the fact that we are located in a primary hurricane belt. The devastation from a hurricane of a few hours, as you're aware, can take a member state's development back by at least a decade. And we have seen this, for example, in Antigua and Barbuda, when Barbuda was decimated by Hurricane Irma, and Dominica in 2017, when Dominica was decimated by Hurricane Maria, and also in the Bahamas in 2022. Now, several member states face high debt and anemic growth, and there are also language differences. In addition, we have two fundamentally different legal systems, the common law and the civil law. And these are complicated by social and cultural differences. But notwithstanding that, we also have many issues that are common to all of us. I mean, even from where we emanated, the majority of our populations, we emanated primarily out of Africa. We are in essence all Afrikaners. And I know one of the objectives within CARICOM is also to attract more business from Africa. And I think that we should continue as a region to establish links between Africa and the Caribbean. I mean, Africa, is especially a country like Nigeria. They are seen perhaps one of the fastest growing middle class within the developing world. And it's important for us to also establish those linkages. And obviously that will help to enhance the gains from services, from transportation services, even in terms of the trading of physical goods. So let us also expand our horizon, even within this hemisphere. In South America, for example, Brazil and so on, we can obviously, in this second 50-year period, enhance our trade in services and trade in physical goods. Let us try and open up new markets as we seek to expand our services sector. Now, I also wish to state here that regional integration has, however, acknowledged the real nature of these challenges, and over time, we have sought to transform the outlook and prospects of our region, and hopefully be able to resolve the issue of transportation, not only air transportation, but maritime transportation as well. We should be able to move goods from Guyana, for example, right through the Caribbean region, but then again, these are issues that we have to resolve in the second 50 years, or maybe within the next few years, because one of the objectives here is to increase the amount of food that we produce within the region by 25% by 2025. And that's not a very long period to go. And it's very important from the standpoint in order to address the issue of food security within the region. We're probably one of the most food insecure regions in the world. And in order to address that vulnerability, it's important not for us to talk about it, but to do something about it and to share our resources to develop sustainable air and maritime transportation. And I want to remind all of us too, when it comes to any form of transportation, it has to be a policy of shared benefit and shared burden, because no single country can carry the burden of, let's say, operating a regionally aligned. But you have this policy in which some countries, they want the benefits, but they don't want to carry any part of the burden. Again, that type of selfish behavior going into the second 50-year period cannot sustain an integration movement. And I'm flagging these issues. They may be controversial, but we have to bring them on the table and to look at them as some of the impediments that are undermining the integration process, and for us to address them frontally and to commit ourselves individually and collectively to resolve these issues. Because ultimately, we want to make sure that we have a most prosperous region, one in which it has a very well-developed services sector, and a services sector that will help to lift our people out of poverty. Now, we must also take into account the external environment in which our regional services sector operates. The CARICOM remains extremely vulnerable to external shocks, especially financial shocks. And we saw that during the period 2007 to 2008, during the global financial crisis, which threw the economies of the region off their growth trajectories. You might further recall the policy decisions and the impact of another group of major trading partners on our taxation policies. So that too is a threat to the region. I know, for example, that they have planned this global minimum tax of about 15%, literally violating our own sovereignty to set our, our tax structure. So these are some of the challenges that we are faced with, and it reinforces the point for us to continue to work together and to address these issues, not only the endogenous challenges, but even the exogenous challenges that may arise from time to time. Notwithstanding our best efforts and governance, these occurrences pose threats to the growth and development of the community services sector, but we should remain undeterred. Our mission should be a community guided by a blueprint for the services sector development and trade, with a vision to transform CARICOM into a globally competitive services center. Singapore has achieved that on its own. Why collectively as a region we cannot become sufficiently competitive that CARICOM could be seen as a services sector giant within the world? But again, it requires collective effort by all of us and commitment by all of us. The aim is to have a community where each citizen understands and is fully engaged in the operationalization of this blueprint. I welcome the full engagement of each and every one of you in the development of the community services sector. And let us understand too that integration is not just about heads giving speeches, yeah? It's about every Caribbeaner participating in the socio-economic development of the region. So our artists, those involved in the various sectors, in the orange economy, in the green economy, in the blue economy, those involved in financial services, those involved in the hospitality sector. It's for each of us to maximize our talents, to increase our ambitions, and to work individually and collectively to create value for the benefit of the Caribbean people. Now, as we arrive at the 50th year of the community's development and step into the next 50 years, we celebrate our achievements and commit to working unrelentingly to achieve new heights of sustainable development and certainly resilience. However, we must take responsibility and acknowledge that there is far more to be done to realize the objectives of the community under Article 6A and 6B of the revised treaty. The CARICOM leaders will continue to strive to improve the standards of living, the conditions of work, to achieve full employment, and to harness the potential of our expertise, of labor, and other factors of production. The services sector is literally a gold mine that needs to be fully exploited by all of us, all community nationals. As I said before, each of us must commit to making our contribution in our respective areas of endeavor. It holds the best opportunities for the community's future sustainable development, as history has revealed. I have just outlined how this sector has grown without the type of energy and input. And if in this next 50 years we become more focused and we work harder, we work unrelentingly, and we work collectively, I am sure that the gains that we have made in the past will be pale compared to future gains. So I end by saying, long live CARICOM, long live the integration movement, long live Caribbean togetherness. And nothing that I said before should suggest that I'm providing or promoting any form of division. I am a hardcore integrationist, but I'm also a pragmatist When I see challenges, I will call him out. I will call a spade, and I say to everyone who I may offend or may have offended, I love you. Thank you.
I say thank you to distinguished Prime Minister, the Honorable Gaston Brown, who has once again demonstrated his commitment, his love, his passion for the integration movement. He has presented on the further advancement of services in the region, and it is important, imperative that we speak truth to power at all times. He has shown that. He has delivered yet again, as I described him on Tuesday when we had the flag raising ceremony. Another titan has born, and he continues to show that without fear or favor. I thank you, Prime Minister. So the question is, what next? Having heard that passionate presentation, it is our expectation and view that in quick order, the areas of work that are ready for a special meeting of the Council for Trade and Economic Development, those matters should be discussed with a view to developing a comprehensive slate of recommendations for decisions at the 46th regular meeting of the Conference of Heads of Government. So the focus is with the COTED to take stock of where we are and how we wish to move forward in the area of services, taking account of the existing challenges and opportunities as outlined by Prime Minister Brown. Perhaps there is also need to find a way to promote greater understanding of services and how they impact the region. I thank everyone for joining. Please continue to enjoy your day, and let me pass over to Garfield Burford from ABS. Thank you.
We thank Ambassador Dr. Clarence Henry, of course, for chairing the proceedings this morning. Of course, the presentation made by Prime Minister Honorable Gaston Brown, who is the lead head in the CARICOM Quasi-Cabinet responsible for services. His presentation this morning entitled Advancing the Services Agenda Within CARICOM, and making it clear, frankly speaking, on a few issues, especially in relation to regional transportation and also in relation to how some of the MDCs in the region might be conducting their affairs and putting LDCs at a disadvantage, the Prime Minister indicated. We'll, of course, be speaking with the Prime Minister for a special interview for CARICOM Day, of course, July 4, of course, 2023. Of course, there you would have had the presentation there from the Prime Minister. You also heard from Joseph Cox, Assistant Secretary General, Directorate of Economic Integration, Innovation and Development at the CARICOM Secretariat, of course, giving preliminary comments there leading into the Prime Minister's presentation. Of course, the closing comments there from His Excellency Dr. Clarence Henry, Ambassador to CARICOM for Antigua Barbuda. We thank you so much for having joined us right here on ABS Television on all our platforms. We thank our audiences across CARICOM for joining us as well, joining us on the platform of the CARICOM Secretariat in Guyana. And of course, we look forward to giving you more programming leading up to the 50th anniversary of CARICOM, which will be a public holiday in this country, as well as Grenada and St. Kitts and Nevis. So of course, we'll keep you updated and give you much more information on this. Thank you so much for joining us. Pleasant morning.
You are in tune with the nation's stations, ABS TV Channel 10, the GIS, and ABS Radio 90.5 FM. Proudly serving you, reaching more and more people every day.
Good day. Thank you so much for joining us for this Friday afternoon's edition of the ABS Midday News Report here on the nation's News Authority. This is ABS TV Radio, the nation station, your station. I'm Ursil Charles Jr. in with the news for today, Friday, the 30th day of June 2023. In our headline stories this hour, Prime Minister Gaston Brown says public holiday on CARICOM Day reflective of Service Bird's integrationist push. Commonwealth Secretary General to attend CARICOM heads meeting next week as special guest. Port Manager Darwin Telemack retains chairmanship of the Port Management Association of the Caribbean, and Agriculture Minister promises greater push to improve Antigua black pineapple production. Those are your top stories in our newscast this hour. We delve now into the news in detail. Prime Minister the Honourable Gaston Brown has publicly shared the considerations which precluded announcing CARICOM Day next week, a public holiday this year.
As we contemplated whether or not we should make July 4th of this year a holiday, whereas we're concerned about the impact on productivity, we had to consider the role Antigua and Barbuda played in the integration movement, and at the same time, to show our continued commitment to the integration process by ensuring that we celebrate this 50th anniversary with a holiday.
Well, the Cabinet enacted the recommendations of the CARICOM Secretariat to make the day a public holiday. The Prime Minister has hailed the original contribution of the late father of the nation, Sir Cornwall Bird, to regional integration. He notes a reflection on those contributions merited making July 4 a public holiday. Well, the Prime Minister has reported growth in the services sector within CARICOM.
But there's no doubt that as we transitioned from an agrarian society, manufacturing society, that the services sector has grown exponentially and would have shown a significant amount of resilience within the CARICOM community, to the extent that the services sector now dominates economic activities within CARICOM and is the largest contributor to GDP growth and development.
He notes, though, there have been challenges, and the next 50 years, he says, will need to see better capitalization on opportunities.
Whereas we accept that there are some unexploited and unexploited opportunities, we must use the second 50 year to expand the services sector, to exploit the opportunities that would have gone unexploited in the past, and of course to use the services sector to further diversify our respective economies.
Prime Minister Brown made the comments during his presentation as a Prime Minister responsible for the services portfolio in the Quasar Cabinet of CARICOM Heads of Government. To this now, Commonwealth Secretary General, the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland KC, will attend next week's conference of the Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM. The meetings will be held from 3rd to the 5th July in Trinidad and Tobago, the country where the Treaty of Chaguaramas was first signed. Baroness Scotland will be the head's special guest. This year marks 50 years since the signing of the treaty in 1973, which led to the establishment of the Caribbean Community. The meetings will officially launch CARICOM's 50th anniversary celebrations. Well, speaking ahead of her visit, the Commonwealth Secretary General commended the achievements of the organization. She says, quote, CARICOM came together 50 years ago to enhance the connections, well-being, prosperity, and security of Caribbean countries and their citizens. Those objectives were prescient then, and now, half a century later, they are more important than ever, end quote. CARICOM Day will be officially commemorated on Tuesday next week, which has been made, as we've been reporting, a one-off public holiday in this country. For the final day of the Port Management Association of the Caribbean's annual general meeting is ongoing. Meeting at the Royalton Hotel, port managers from across the region are engaged in strategic planning for the future of the maritime industry. We interviewed a few of the delegates to glean their perceived success of the conference so far.
Our region is moving ahead in the maritime single window, and collectively as a body, it's in our best interest that all of us move in that direction. The PCS is something that we have up as well, looked at, our sports. And again, strategically, many of us are going into that.
PMAC has been a good source of networking and connection for us in Bermuda, giving us the opportunity to meet and get to know ports with similar issues and challenges. And over my 9 years, I've appreciated PMAC and being able to reach out and that without hesitation, getting support, getting information, getting technical advice. So, you know, I've been very thankful for this relationship.
I'm grateful that we could continue to build on a very important component of Caribbean existence. Our ports are the gateway to our countries, and building it is to strategically align to our economic and social enhancement.
Several sponsors of the event are also invested in the conference, pun intended.
I'm very happy to be here in Antigua. Antigua is an extremely important market for tropical shipping. And we're just here to collaborate with our partners, the ports throughout the Eastern Caribbean, and work together on challenges for the future.
It's just really good to see the community coming together and just really collaborating and speaking together and exchanging ideas and thoughts on best practices and the way of doing things better for the region. I love Mr. Telemac's theme that the ports ports are the entrance points to how we do things better within each of the countries of our region.
The meetings conclude today, and next year's annual general meeting will be convened in Suriname. Meanwhile, Antigua Barbuda's Port Manager Darwin Telemac has retained chairmanship of PMAC, the Port Management Association of the Caribbean. Elections were held yesterday at the annual general meeting.
Yesterday, the Antigua Barbuda Port Authority was once again re-elected to chair PMAC, that's the Port Management Association of the Caribbean, and we will do so for the next 2 years, I think. And we are grateful for the confidence and trust that has been once again extended to Antigua and Barbuda, and we will continue to work hard to build the institution that helps to support our ports.
In other national developments this hour, Agriculture Minister, the Honourable E.P. Chet Green, says the country will see active pineapple cultivation at Cades by June next year. He says at the time they collected several variants and put them to a test. Meanwhile, Agriculture Minister Green has given us his take on the debate, and we will, of course, have that story in our evening newscast. Well, still with news of Piango Fest, the festival which comes up on August 19 and 20 will feature local mango and pineapple fruits. However, the minister acknowledges the country is facing challenges with harvesting the national fruit, the Antigua black pineapple.
We're discussing right now the construction of a dipping bin. We have plant material. We're going to plow about 4 acres of land right now to get active with the cultivation of pineapple. But we need to get that bin so we can, you know, pass it through the process of curing and sanitizing, one of the term, the planting material.
The local pineapple fruit has become susceptible to diseases affecting both yield and size. The minister tells ABS News how the Agriculture Ministry is working to address the issues at its Cades Bay Pineapple Agricultural Station.
What we're trying to do is improve the plant, the fruit. If you look over the years, the fruit has become smaller. Some even content not as tasty as it used to be. And so we need to preserve all those qualities of the fruit.
In other national developments this hour, Deputy Police Commissioner Everton Jeffers has advised 6 newly appointed special constables to be professional when carrying out their duties. The Tourism Ministry appointed the special constables Thursday as part of its beach safety and security unit. The men have received training from the Royal Police Force of Antigua Barbuda.
I want you to remember that when you're on the beach, you're not only dealing with Antiguans, but you're going to be dealing with tourists. So remember, we taught you customer service. Please remember, even if you have to deal with someone who is rowdy or rough, please remember, put on your velvet gloves, but make sure you have your iron fist underneath, not your iron fist first.
Meanwhile, the Deputy Police Commissioner reminds the special constables of their duty to assist law enforcers.
I know all of you. Again, I was responsible for your training. And if I see you out there and I find myself in a position, I'm going to call you to help. You have to act. Remember that. That special constable badge you wear is not just a picture. It's an authority it tells you you can act.
And ensure each other's safety. Our final story this hour, the appeal is continuing this hour for a teenager to return home. 15-year-old Melissa Williams of Bendels has been reported missing, but police have confirmed she is in constant communication with members of her family. Law enforcers are also warning members of the public not to harbor minors who are missing from their home, as this is a criminal offense. The teenager reportedly left her parents' home on June 24. Police say her parents are concerned for her safety and well-being. Anyone who's seen the teenager or knows where she is being asked to contact the Criminal Investigations Department, that is at 462-3913. Well, that's how we end our look at local developments this hour. Stay with us here at the ABS Midday News Report. After this short break, a look at regional and international developments.
This very moment, we believe in you as you believe in yourself, in your desire to secure a future there when you're needed most. Because confidence comes from understanding you're always in safe hands, and the security of knowing these are the moments for every achievement, every step of the way. Live in a better state of mind with State Insurance Company Limited.
Welcome back to the ABS Midday News Report. We now take a look at news stories outside Antigua Barbuda this hour. We begin with this. Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, has successfully negotiated for modern non-intrusive scanning equipment from Taiwan for use at St. Lucia's air and sea ports. The upgraded scanners will further enhance security measures and bolster efforts by local law enforcement agencies to intercept illicit items at the ports. More in this report.
Prime Minister Pierre has successfully negotiated for state-of-the-art, non-intrusive scanning equipment with X-ray capabilities for the Customs and Excise Department.
What is important is we have to stay focused on the cause. And the focus for us now is to try to stop or at least limit the level of crime in St. Lucia and improve citizen security. That is the focus. And this government is going to remain focused on achieving that goal.
The government of Taiwan responded to the Prime Minister's call. His Excellency Peter Chen officially handed over the consignment of scanning equipment to the Customs and Excise Department on June 26.
As Honorable Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre addressed in CARICOM Regional Symposium, under the theme, Violence as a Public Health Issue, St. Lucia government takes a holistic approach that includes government and society in formulating the public security strategy.
Also in the region, China has pledged to gift Barbados a brand new national stadium. We get the details in this Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation report.
We complete any studies and then we start the work of construction on a new national stadium. And this, as you know, is a grant to the people of Barbados that we've negotiated. It is not a loan, and this is substantively appreciated because why? We are also financing so many other different things that are crises that we have to deal with, and therefore it would have been difficult. We could have done it, but it would be difficult to do it. And we therefore are grateful to the government and people of China for agreeing that this is to be a major gift to the people and government of Barbados.
Prime Minister Motley revealed what the stadium will look like. And the Prime Minister also indicated that Barbados...
The design has had significant thought, and that is effectively what the new stadium will look like. They took the, can't you just help me here so I can turn the pages, please? They took the design of the trajectory of the flying fish.
In our first international story, Al Jazeera tells us more than 6,000 people have marched in the memory of a driver known as Nahel M., who was shot dead by a police officer on Tuesday in a Paris suburb. Well, thousands have marched in his memory in Paris, where he was killed. The protesters torched cars, barricaded streets, and hurled projectiles at police, following what was first a peaceful vigil. More from this report.
More than 6,000 people marched in memory of 17-year-old Nahel M., the crowd led by the dead teenager's mother. But the largely peaceful march turned violent, with some protesters burning cars and police attempting to disperse the crowds by firing tear gas. There is a palpable sense of outrage and grief here in the suburb of Nanterre, a sense that Nahel's killing is the catalyst for an outpouring of long-suppressed frustration. Nahel was known to police, but didn't have a criminal record. His family and friends paid tribute.
He is a young man. He's very kind. He's not evil or a hooligan. What the media are saying about him is not true. His mum raised him well. His grandmother we know here around the neighborhood. She's kind and helpful. She loves everyone. The young man left us for nothing. We're not contradicting the state. We are not contradicting the legal or police procedure. Yes, he was driving a car without a license. He tried to flee, but he should not be killed.
The original police account was that the 17-year-old had driven the car at one of the officers, but video appears to contradict the police version of what happened. It shows an officer pointing his weapon through the window and appearing to fire at close range before the car then pulls away. Fatally wounded, Nahel crashed the vehicle a short distance away.
En l'état des investigations et des éléments recueillis,
in view of the state of the investigation and the details collected, the prosecution considers that the legal conditions for the use of the weapon are not met.
The officer is now being held as a homicide suspect in custody at a prison in central Paris. In a country where police impunity is widely assumed, that is a momentous precedent. But it hasn't quelled the anger in the banlieue suburbs of Paris and other cities.
And finally, to this continuing story, millions of people in the U.S. are living in areas with dangerous air quality because of Canadian wildfires. They've been urged to stay indoors, wear masks outdoors, and avoid exposure if they have asthma or other respiratory problems. More in this Al Jazeera report.
A combination of Canadian wildfires and northerly winds is blanketing 100 million Americans in smoke. In Cincinnati, some braved the outdoors on foot, in cars, and on the water beneath a skyline shrouded in haze. The picture was the same in Indianapolis, on Michigan's Mackinac Bridge, in Milwaukee, where smoke fills the skies, trapped by warm summer temperatures, and in Chicago, where this week Shirley Ann Manson, singer of the band Garbage, ended her performance early with this apology.
I have COPD and I have asthma, and as a result, this kind of weather is like really dangerous for me, so we have cut our set slightly short, and I just, I feel so bad about it. But I just want everyone to know that.
Here, local leaders are urging residents to wear masks or stay indoors, especially if they have respiratory problems.
Well, last night I really was coughing a lot. Now I'm a little more used to it, but I'm a bit hoarse, as you can maybe hear.
At times this week, Chicago's air quality was recorded as the worst of any major city in the world, an iconic landscape with no defined outline.
This is the clearest Chicago's skyline has been for 3 days. On the air quality index, it's been over 200 for the past 24 hours. Health officials say at just 150, staying out here all day is the equivalent of smoking 7 cigarettes.
That's how we end our look at news stories outside this country this afternoon. Stay with us. Our lunchtime sports up next.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special report.
Introducing the Refer a Friend program, where you can earn amazing rewards. Pocket a whopping $5,000. Yes, you heard right, $5,000. But that's not all. Get a bonus 5 gigabyte and your friend gets a free SIM and 5 gigabytes too. And if that wasn't enough, get an iNet Fiber referral card and get $50 off installation. Spread the word, spread the joy, and reap the rewards. Oh yeah, and did we mention a chance to win 5,000 big ones when you refer a friend with iNet? Get your referral card today when you pay your fiber or mobile bill in full, or top up $40 and over at any iNet location or online, and prepare to enjoy fantastic rewards.
Welcome back. It's time now for Lunchtime Sports. We begin with cricket. Off-spinning all-rounder Rakeem Cornwall is back in the West Indies Test squad. Cornwall, who played his last Test nearly 2 years ago, is part of an 18-member lineup preparing for the series against India. The Antiguan has captured 34 wickets in 9 Test matches. In addition to Cornwall, fit again fast bowler Jaden Seals has been called up, according to a Caribbean Media Corporation report. The 21-year-old Seals was sidelined since last December with a knee injury which required surgery. The Trinidadian subsequently underwent rehabilitation and has made a full recovery. Seals, who made his Test debut as a teenager 2 years ago, has taken 37 wickets in 10 games. The selectors have also named uncapped Kurt McKenzie, Alec Athenes, Jair McAllister and Kavem Hodge. Others in the 18 are Craig Brathwaite, captain, Jermaine Blackwood, Nkrumah Bonner, Tajreen Chandapal, Joshua Da Silva, Shannon Gabriel and Akeem Jordan. Marquino Mindley, Anderson Phillip, Raymond Reefer, Kumar Roach and Jamel Warrican complete the lineup. Training sessions have begun here at the Coolidge Cricket Grounds. West Indies will face India in the opening test at Windsor Park in Dominica from July 12. Well, the stark reality facing West Indies is that starting tomorrow, they must win all 3 of their Super 6 matches to have a chance of qualifying for this year's World Cup. The latest from Jack Matthew.
The Caribbean cricketers will bid to stay alive when they launch their quest against Scotland. It will be the 4th ODI meeting between the two sides, and the West Indies will seek to maintain an unblemished record, having won all 3 previous clashes. After the opening fixture, they will confront Oman and Sri Lanka. Should they lose to Scotland, the remaining 2 games would be meaningless for the former 2-time champions. Their hopes are hanging by a thread because the 2 other qualifiers from their group, Zimbabwe and Netherlands, carried over 4 and 2 points respectively. Zimbabwe have since extended their tally to 6 by winning their opening Super 6 match. Captain Shea Hope and his men must not only win, but hope other results go in their favor in order not to miss out on the World Cup for the first time in their history. Jack Matthew, ABS Sports.
More cricket now, as only Leeward Islands Hurricanes and Windward Islands Volcanoes made selections from outside their territories at the Professional Cricket League player draft. Is more.
The Hurricanes dipped into the pool and grabbed West Indies pacer O'Shane Thomas and all-rounder Justin Graves for the CG United Super 50 Cup. Jamaica-born Thomas, currently out of favour with the West Indies selectors, was attached to the Jamaica Scorpions, while Barbadian Graves was with the Volcanoes. Volcanoes kept Barbadian wicketkeeper batsman Tevin Walcott. They boosted their contracted squad with former West Indies Under-19 World Cup winning all-rounder Shamar Springer from Barbados Pride and Test opener Jeremy Solozano from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The 6 territorial franchises, Pride, Guyana Harpy Eagles, Scorpions, Hurricanes, Red Force and Volcanoes, largely stuck to the core of the players from last year's Super 50 Cup. Each franchise was required to contract 2 players under the age of 25 as part of the overall regional program to ensure playing opportunities for younger and developing players. The Super 50 Cup will run from October 21st to November 11th here in Antigua and Trinidad and Tobago. Jack Matthew, ABS Sports.
To football now. In another impressive display, Mexico last night shot into the quarterfinals of the CONCACAF Gold Cup. The Mexicans downed Haiti 3-1 to claim one of the 2 qualifying spots in Group B. Henry Martin netted just 1 minute after the break, and the lead was doubled by a Haitian own goal 10 minutes later. They sealed the victory with a Santi Gimenez effort 7 minutes from time. Mexico outshot Haiti by an incredible 32-6 margin. With 2 wins in 2 games, they are guaranteed of finishing in the top 2 in Group B. In the same group, Honduras converted in added time to draw 1-1 with Qatar. Al Abdullah struck for Qatar in the 7th minute before Albert Ellis hit the dramatic late equalizer for Honduras. Still in football, coordinator of schools football, Rowan Porridge Benjamin, describes the just-ended 7-day course for coaches as highly beneficial. The exercise, conducted by the under-18 assistant coach of Italy, Matteo Barella, was 95% practical.
Players is not just keeping a possession game, if it's a possession-type drill, but also scoring goals, which is very important for the game. So this is something I believe very much new that the coaches would have learned.
Benjamin says the feedback was very good and the sessions were interactive.
On the last day, each one of the coach would have to step up to the plate and run a session so the coach then can see, where they're at. And I think that everything went very well in terms of that. There are a few coaches that, need more practice at it. because it cannot be, if you're a coach, then the work cannot be once in a while, but it's something that you have to continuously do to develop over time.
The long-serving coordinator adds the coaches are keen to implement the new methods. 20 coaches attended the course. Finally, in some swimming developments, Trinidad and Tobago swimmer Dylan Carter has clinched his third individual gold medal in record time at the CAC Games in El Salvador. Carter swam to victory in the men's 50 meters freestyle in 21.87 seconds last night. The 27-year-old had won silver 24 hours earlier. He came second in the 50-meter backstroke behind Bahamian gold medalist Lamar Taylor. Well, that's how we end our look at sporting developments this hour. Stay with us here on the ABS Midday News Report. We'll recap the top stories in local news after this break.
It's not easy getting rid of these types of greases every day. It's hard work. But if you really think about it, it's not really us doing the cleaning.
At Total Import Supplies, we believe it's all about the product. Our extensive new line of ChemClean products are extremely concentrated, eco-friendly, effective, and guaranteed to make your life a whole lot easier. Whether you're cleaning at home, the office, or at industrial-type spaces, when it comes to food-based solvents, sanitizers, cleaners, floor care, commercial machines, and the dispensers for laundry care, let the product do most of the work for you. Introducing the best brands in the cleaning business from ChemClean Limited, available only from Total Import Supplies.
Welcome back to the ABS Midday News Report. Let's revisit the top stories in news now. Prime Minister the Honourable Gaston Brown rationalises why next Tuesday, CARICOM's 50th anniversary, is a public holiday. Commonwealth Secretary General to attend CARICOM heads meeting next week as a special guest in Trinidad and Tobago. Port Manager Darwin Telemack retains chairmanship of the Port Management Association of the Caribbean, and Agriculture Minister promises greater push to improve Antigua black pineapple production. Those are your top stories in news. Thank you so much for joining us this hour. On behalf of our news, sports, production teams, I'm Ursula Charles Jr. Enjoy what's left of your Friday and your weekend.
Looking for the perfect venue for your special occasion? Look no further than Sun City Restaurant and Bar. Celebrate birthdays, showers, anniversaries, and all your events in style with our spacious and elegant space. From fun-filled themes to personalized decorations, we'll help you create unforgettable memories. Book now at suncityanchorage.com or by calling 781-7199. Indulge in the taste of home.
It's another Friday night, another crazy episode of Carnival Countdown Live on ABS TV 10. Episode 3. This week, we're featuring Harmonize Steel Orchestra, High Voltage Band, Claudette C.P. Peters, Tammy, Solo, Singing Sudden, I laugh till I sweat, Explosion Cheerleaders, Lyrical Red, everything I do is cause I be wild, Mr. Shy Guy, check, all happening upstairs Vice Nightclub. Another one for the ladies. Carnival Countdown Episode 3 this Friday. See you there.
This is it, Antigua. This is it. The main event you've been waiting for. It's the official opening of Antigua's newest hottest entertainment center, Jack Idle. Friday, 30th June, Jack Idle presents the world's #1 jam band, the Burning Flames. Yes, the original Burning Flames live in concert. And to add more heat to the fire, the Limers Band, Cutting Edge Band with Bike and Blade, 96 degrees in the shade. Burning Flames and Cutting Edge back to back. Gosh, it's gonna be hot. Special guest DJ Altitude. Gates open 9 p.m. Admission $30 VIP. Yes, no partiality. Sink the bar. Close down the kitchen. In other words, food and drinks will be on sale. Friday, 30th June. It's the official opening of Jack Idle Entertainment Center, North Sound, with the original Burning Flames and Cutting Edge Band. You wouldn't want to miss this jam.
Antigua Massive! The marketing machine and the source is back with Red Eye! Saturday, July 15th from 9 p.m. at the ARG. Featuring for the first time in Antigua in 4 years, Cast the Band. Also performing Motto. Out of Antigua, Claudette Peters. Tian Winter, LSA, plus the ladies' man, Adamo.
Saturday, July 15th, 9 p.m. at ARG. Tickets on sale at the source or on the ticketing app. General admission $100 or the VIP blacklist $400. Red Eye, where the best in soca meets. You heard? Kaboom!
Hey, and I say if I ever make it in a law.
Trust me, believe me, it's true. My love will never die. This is Kenny Blessing, and you're watching ABS TV. Keep it locked, locked, locked to the world. Up top. Trust me, believe me, it's true. My love will never die. This is Kenny Blessing, and you're watching ABS TV. Keep it locked, locked, locked to the world. Up top.
Careful. Hey, and I say if I ever make it in a life, ABS TV, we are royalty. Is out, Protege, ABS. I like it.